making sure. Please stay until the end of the session. In case of any lagging occurring on your side or ours, we apologize in advance for any difficulties on our behalf. of any lagging occurring on your side or ours, we apologize in advance for any difficulties on our behalf. While waiting for the participants' attendance, here are some promotional videos from Go Nature Campaign GNC 3.0. and they are sponsors of One Tree, One Person, One Student event. The sponsors are Free Tree Society, Vista Pro, Exabytes, Julie's, Himalaya, and Homevest, living in strategic partnership with Ivy League.
Go Nature Campaign (GNC) is a series of events to cultivate green lifestyle among students. Go Nature Campaign 3.0 is conducting an environmental campaign that is focused on tree planting activities.
Day by day, we hear more news about climate change. We are not experts, but we do care about our Earth.
Year by year, our Earth is changing. We more extreme weathers, heat waves, droughts, global warming, rainstorms, and flooding.
Tree by tree are cut down by humans, deforestation, illegal logging, open burning are done widely. Animals lose their place to live, plants lose their habitats, and we are now facing the consequences. But it is never too late for us to take action.
One Tree, One Person, One Student, an initiative by us to make the earth green again.
Join us now and have your name on the signage. Visit www.gonaturecampaign.com and register now.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
If you want to expand and improve your business online, Exabytes can help. We're Southeast Asia's leading cloud and digital solution provider with 20 years of solid experience. Today, Exabytes powers its 140,000 worldwide customers, from individuals, small and medium-sized businesses, to government and public listed companies, with the three most important values in mind: simplify, innovate, and grow. Using the power of technology and its all-in-one solutions, which include web design, website security, cloud backup, digital marketing, business email, and more, Exabytes can guide you along every single step, from zero to success, to ensure you can sit back and watch your business grow.
Exabytes. Grow your business online.
You wake up, you check. You eat, you look. You walk, you browse. You drive, you search. You run, you listen. Do you know how much time an average person spends online every day? Even 18 hours, except sleeping. So why don't you get your business online and maximize your exposure? Exabytes.
Grow your business online. Exabytes. Give your idea a home. Exabytes. Grow your business online.
This is Phoebe. Just like everyone else who are looking for a job for the first time in the city, everything is new to her, and she needs to find a place to stay. But where should she start? Thankfully, Phoebe came across Home Best Living, which offers move-in ready rooms and apartments in prime locations. However, renting a room requires upfront deposit, which is a huge sum for a fresh graduate like Phoebe. But with Home Best Living zero deposit, Phoebe can now find a place that she likes without worrying about deposit payments. Now, moving to a new place, but tired of the hassle of moving? No worries, Home Best Living has got your back by providing free mover our services to transport your belongings to your home safely without stress. Move in with Homebest Living and we will move for you. How about security? Worry not, as Homebest Living's homes give you peace of mind. Your safety will be top priority. Now, Phoebe, you're in good hands, aren't you? To make your day even better after a long day at work, visit a facilities area anytime to take a dip in the swimming pool or hit the gym for a quick workout. We offer comprehensive facilities in all of our properties. But maybe after you unpack first, Phoebe? Well, aren't you enjoying yourself? Guess what? We still have more for you. Looking to own a home but not quite there yet? Our rent-to-own program starts you off a path to own your very own home. By renting a room, you are able to convert your monthly rental into Homebest Living credits. So when you've decided to own a property, just use the Homebest Living credits to offset the down payment of your property. It's as simple as that. So, want to find out more? What are you waiting for?
Before we begin this session, I have a few notes with some details about our program today. During the live session, please ensure the microphone is muted to avoid any interruptions during the session. The microphone on Microsoft Teams MST can be muted by clicking on the microphone button, which is located on the top right corner beside the camera button. This event is also currently live on YouTube. If participants from either Microsoft Teams or YouTube have any questions, you may leave your questions in the Microsoft Teams chat box or YouTube chat box respectively. Please be reminded that this event is being recorded as per required by the university. You can also use the reaction button to show us your support during the forum session. And before we end our event, we would like to invite everyone to turn on your camera for a photography session. You may use the background template that will be provided in the comment section for the photography session later. Thank you for your cooperation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and a very good afternoon to Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Zain bin Yusof, Director of Forestry Perak, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Paduka IR Dr. Haji Kezrul bin Abdullah, Director of Wetlands International Malaysia, Tuan IR Baharudin bin Abdullah, Director of Department of Irrigation and Drainage JPS Perak, IR Dr. Lee Hindi, Director of Coastal Management and Oceanography Research Centre, National Hydraulic Research Institute of Malaysia, NAHRIM, Dr. Ahmad Aldri Amir, Senior Lecturer and Research Fellow at Institute for Environment and Development, Lestari of Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM, Dr. Zahimin, Dr. Norida binti Osman, Dr. Subarna Sivapalan, and all of our respected attendees. Welcome to the forum session of Coastal and Mangrove Conservation CMC 2021. I hope everyone is in their best of health. My name is Norsha Azrina binti Usman, and I'll be your MC for today. I am a first-year computer science undergraduate student at University Technology Petronas UTP. I am also a committee of Ceremony and Protocol Department of GNC 3.0. For your information, this event is organized by a collaboration between Coastal and Mangrove Conservation CMC 2021 and GNC 3.0. Thus, on behalf of CMC and GNC 3.0, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to everyone here today. Firstly, let's pray for the blessing of this event. With that, I would like to invite Mr. Ifan Zikri Muhammad Ayub for the recital of Dua.
Auzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya Allah, Ya Rahim. Praise be to God, the Lord of the world. Peace and blessings be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companion, and for those who followed his example till the judgment day. Allahumma Ya Allah, on this blessed evening, in conjunction with the online forum, Impacts of Climate Change on Coastal Sustainability, we beseech, free and grateful towards you in favor of all the infinite blessings to us. Your humble servant, to live in safe and prosperous life, we seek your blessing for a flawless progress of this event from the beginning till the end. We seek your guidance to steer clear of events that will detrimental the progress of this event. Ya Latif, Ya Rahman, please bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah. Please guide University Technology Petronas to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity in this world and the hereafter. Make us a responsible intellectual, granted us with available knowledge that will be beneficial to mankind in order to gain your mahratillah. Make us your righteous servant that follow your command and neglect the sinful act. Please forgive us for our wrongdoing. Ya Munzilal Barakah, bestow peace to our beloved country, Malaysia. Preserve us from any threat and disaster, neither man-made nor natural disaster. And to you, Ya Allah, we ask for security and prosperity upon us, our leaders, and our country. Bestow peace, patience in us in order to face the challenges from you. Please accept our deeds and please reward us accordingly. Rabbana alaika tawakkalna wa ilaika anabna wa ilaikal masir. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin. Amin.
Thank you, Mr. Ifan, for that wonderful dua. Next, I would like to invite Project Director of Coastal and Mangrove Conservation, CMC, Ms. Welina Julie, to give her welcoming remarks. Ms. Welina Julie is a third-year chemical engineering undergraduate student at UTP. She is the Secretary of UTP Prihatin Club for 2021-2022. And she is also the Assistant Head of Event, Business and Sponsorship Department of IChemE UTPSC for January to August 2021 session. With that, please welcome Ms. Welina.
Thank you, Ms. Azrina, for the kind introduction. A very good afternoon, I bid to Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Sin bin Yusof, Director of Forestry Perak, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Paduka IR Dr. Haji Kezrul bin Abdullah, Director of Wetlands International Malaysia, Tuan IR Baharudin bin Abdullah, Director of Department of Irrigation and Drainage Perak, IR Dr. Lee Hin Lee, Director of Coastal Management and Oceanography Research Center, National Hydraulic Research Institute of Malaysia, NAHRIM, Dr. Ahmad Adri Amir, Senior Lecturer and Research Fellow at Institute for Environment and Development Lestari of University Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM, our supervisors, Dr. Teh Himin, Dr. Norida binti Osman, and Dr. Subarna Sivapalan, and all to our respected attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for all of you for being here today. Firstly, let me introduce myself. My name is Welina Julie, and I am the Project Director of Coastal and Mangroves Conservation, CMC 2021. I am honored and pleased to be able to welcome our highly credible panel of speakers and also to all of you present today. Welcome to Impacts of Climate Change on Coastal Sustainability Online Forum. I hope that everyone here can learn and gain something from the session. Before we go deep into the event, I would like to express my sincerest appreciation to the organizing team, CMC and Go Nature Campaign 3.0 for their hard work in making this event into a reality. I would also take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, Institute of Sustainable Building, ISB UTP, Center for Student Development, CST UTP, and Yayasan University Technology Petronas YUTP, and also to our collaborators, Wetlands International Malaysia, Forestry Para, Marine, Coastal and Delta Sustainability for Southeast Asia Mare, Go Nature Campaign 3.0, University Malaysia Mariners Club, and International Islamic University Malaysia IIUM Eco Club for their continuous support throughout this project. I would also like to thank our supervisors for the constant guidance throughout the project. Not to forget, I would also extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the panel speakers for willing to participate in this online forum and share their knowledge and experience related to the forum topic. Ladies and gentlemen, Coastal and Mangroves Conservation CMC 2021 is a community engagement project executed by a group of 20 UTP students under the Mata Pelajaran Umum MPU4 course, and it is aligned with the environment pillar of University Social Responsibility USR UTP. CMC 2021 aims to raise awareness regarding the impacts of climate change on coastal sustainability among Malaysians. And besides that, CMC also aims to raise awareness on the importance of sustaining coastal areas and the role of mangroves as natural barriers for the coastal areas. This project has taken place since 26 July 2021 until today. We utilize online platforms such as Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube to spread the awareness to the public. The activities we had carried out in this project includes weekly quizzes, TikTok challenge, and online forum. And for this online forum, we have students coming from public and private institutions in Malaysia, France, and Vietnam, as well as participants from various organizations. On that account, I am very grateful to have all of you in this forum today. All in all, I by no means want to take much time, as I believe everyone is anticipating the forum session featuring magnificent lineup of panel speakers. I hope this event will end successfully and it will have a significant impact on all of us. That is all for me. Thank you. Back to you, Ms. Azrina.
Thank you, Ms. Verena, for that insightful speech. Now we'll move on to our forum session for today. Please allow me to introduce the moderator for the forum session. She is a member of CMC and a third-year chemical engineering undergraduate student at UTP. She was the moderator for UTP Election Secretariat 2021. She was also the head of facilitator all week for May 2021 and assistant head of facilitator all week for January 2020. Not only that, she was also the MC for Martial Arts Week, Students Excellence Appreciation C Awards 2019, and UTP Colors of Rangoli Night UCRN 2019. Everyone, please welcome Ms. Nur Natasha Bintang.
Thank you, Ms. Azrina, for the very kind introduction. As introduced, my name is Nur Natasha Bintang, and I will be your moderator for today. Before we begin, I would like to give a very warm welcome to our honorable speakers. We are very much honored to have all of you here today. As all of you know, we have invited 5 incredibly special speakers to share their knowledge on the topic, impacts of climate change on coastal sustainability. And the best part is that these speakers are not only knowledgeable, but they are also experienced. So you know that they are the best of the best. You will learn more about each of the speakers throughout the session, so don't worry. If you have any questions, please leave your questions in the YouTube chat box or the Microsoft Teams chat box. We will keep questions for the Q&A session and we'll try our best to address them. Now let us begin with our first panel. Our first speaker is IR Dr. Lee Hin Lee, the Director of Coastal Management and Oceanography Research Center, NAHRIM. She undertakes research, development, and coastal management. She also collaborates with local universities and research institutes for research and development. Dr. Lee Hin Lee is going to share some thoughts on impacts of climate change on coastal areas in Malaysia. Before we welcome Dr. Lee, I would like to humbly request for the participants to fill in the survey. It is prepared by Dr. Lee herself, and it is to help her gauge participants' understanding on the topic matter before her presentation. And with that, please welcome Dr. Lee Hin Lee.
Natasha, for the kind introduction. I will share my slide. Okay. Is it able to see the slide? Excuse me?
Not yet, Dr. Lee.
Is it all right? Can you see the slide? No.
No. Would you like us to help you share the slide?
Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah,
All right.
because I off the camera. Okay.
Okay.
All
right. So,
can you see the slide? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we see the slides being shared by our own committee, actually.
All right.
Yeah. Would you like us to share it for you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
How? Okay.
You can just look at the Microsoft Teams.
Oh, it is okay. So today we are going to talk about the impact of climate change on the coastal area, but I prefer to share my slide by myself. Then I can control everything. Can I try again, please?
All right. No problem, Dr. Lee. Yes.
Can you see again the slide?
No, actually. Have you clicked on the content that you'd like to?
Actually, we have three things to share here. But anyhow, the first one will be very brief one, but we are more focused on the second one, and the third one also a very brief discussion. Next, please. Okay, next, please. Next. As we can see that from Nahrin point of view, actually, we have carried out few studies on the temperature. Because of this global warming, they will give impact to the temperature, precipitation, sea level rise, and storm surge. When we talk about temperature, we are more involved in the algal bloom and the coral bleaching and the drought factors where this climate change also will give some impact on the floodings. And these two topics we will go more detail afterwards. Next, please. Next, please. Next. Okay. If we look at the sea surface temperature, actually what being recorded by the Met Malaysia, it seems that the temperature is getting higher and higher, and it was supported by the IPCC study that through this IPCC says that if we are still business as usual, then our temperature will be increased until in the upper bound it will go until 5 degrees. If we look at the next graph here, if we can see that different type of degree, they will give different kind of impact to our environment, especially in the food sectors, water sector, and ecosystem. But today, this is just a show how significant is it? Global warming will give the impact to the temperature that they indirectly they will give impact to us in the future. Next, please. So what we can see here, the key message that I want to convey here actually, because of this climate change, we are going to have a high surface temperature, we are going to have more rain, and we are going to have a sea level rise. Next, please. So we are going to this topic, this second topic is the main topic, but anyhow, from Nahrin point of view, we are going to talk more about hydrodynamic. Next, please. So when we talk about sea level rise, global warming, there is two things. One is sea level rise, another one is the topic that we want to share is storm surge. when we talk about sea level rise, usually because of the climate change itself, they have a thermal expansion that cause the ice to be melting at the sea. That Greenland and the Antarctica that were melting, that they cause the sea level rise. But this event actually happened very slowly, but the rate is increasing. But the area that will be vulnerable will be low land area, that it will give the most impact to this area because of sea level is rising. Whereas when we talk about storm surge, they are more related to the temperature, related to the atmospheric pressure, where the high pressure, especially during the northeast monsoon, the high pressure from the Japan and China, they will create the wind to blow to our country here. Due to that, they will create the wind surge, and due to this flashland and bathymetry I will show later on, that they will create some storm surge. This storm surge actually happen very suddenly, so it will give the impact to area that are very steep shoreline. Next, please. So Nahrim have carried out the sea level study in the year of 2017. Actually, you can download this report from this link that is displayed here. But one of the example shows here in Genting in Kelantan, because the case study that I'm going to show is in Kelantan. That what we can see here, this the tide condition here, it seems like the tide is getting higher and higher day by day. From the projection using the AR5 projection that consists of the RCP, it means that representative concentration pathway that consists of 4 categories, that 2.6 until 8.5, what we can see here, the sea level rise year by year, they will start to increase, as we can see the line at this side, lower bound and upper bound, that they will increase. Then we can see that if we are still business as usual in the year of 2100, with the RCP 8.5, it will increase until 0.7 meters. Next, please. So what we have compared here is actually based on the RCP 8.5 in the year of 2100. We can see that different places along the shoreline of Malaysia, they have different kind of degree of the magnitude of the sea level rise. So in average, we have about 0.7 meter rising of sea, but this is under AR5 scenario. But ARC is very soon to be coming, but what we recorded by the overseas researcher, they says that maybe under this AR6, the rate of this sea level rise will increase, maybe increase to 1.5 to 2 meters. So that is, we have to get ready to know that actually our sea is going to increase the level to maybe to 1.5 meters in the future. But the most worried part is if we look at the area that with the blue color, this is the area that low land area, where it will be more vulnerable to the sea level rise. Next, please. So actually, when we say about sea level rise projection, we have two. Here I show two methods to carry out the sea level rise projection. We can use for the static methods. Then when we talk about static method, they are more related to the area that will be inundated. When we are using the numerical model, we are advantaged in that because of we will know that the level, the inundation level, the flow rate, the saltwater intrusion rate, and sediment. But however, if to do the numerical model, it will take time. If we are using the static model, the time that it will consume to do analysis is lesser. Next, please. So when we talk about numerical model, the factors or the processes to this modeling, actually we have very few variables to put inside the numerical model, but we can divide it to the nature or anthropogenic because of sea level rise. But under this case study, I'm just consider the tide, bathymetry, river discharge, and sea level rise to do some demonstration how is it this sea level rise will impact to our shoreline. Next, please. So before we start to do this modeling using the numerical model, actually we need to go down to the site and gather the data, some sort like bathymetry data, wave data, current data, and sediment data to help us to have a good and confidence model in the future to predict what happened in the future. Next, please. So this is the area that we are going to study. This is at the Delta Kelantan. The one that I'm sure the one that I show here is actually the black color is the line, the poly line, the black color is the one that we have went down to the site and carry out the survey and came back and put inside our model. We overlaid with the topography. It means that those color, the purple color, green, pink color, this is more on the elevations of the shoreline itself. So if we look at here, those green color, it seems like this is a lowland area. It might be inundated because of the level is about 1 meter, that it might be inundated in the future because of sea level. But using the numerical model, we will see how is it the reaction of numerical in this modeling. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. So, previous, okay, this one. If we compare the surface elevations, if we see how is it, this is the study area on the left side, and these two on the right side is the baseline condition. What we can see here at this area, what we can see, the one that I rounded with the round one at the base area, this area, that because of current condition, this development is hardly impacted by the sea level, because at this moment the sea level will be about 0.6 meters that from the main sea level that will be flow into this area. But with the sea level impact in the year of 2100 with the elevation of 0.7 meter higher than today, what we can see here, what we can learn here, actually, this development area will be inundated by the sea level about 1.2 meter. And another thing is what we can see here is the area of the mangrove. If we look at the image at the below this baseline, the one that because of sea level at the round color at this mangrove area, we can see that this area were inundated with a level of 1.2 meters. But maybe this mangrove cannot survive with a high water level. So this is how is it, maybe as a student, as a researcher, we have to find how is it we can sustain this mangrove area in the delta area because of this higher sea level in the future. Next, please. So in another part, when we look at the current speed, what we can see here, if the left side, the baseline area, the current speed that they can flow into inland of Sungai Kelantan, they are about at this level, at the red box there. But when we increase the sea level rise, this red box here, we can see that the current speed will more go inland. What it means that in the future, the salt water from the sea will bring more inland to our area because they are following the speed of the sea level to go more further inland. Then we're going to have more salt water inland. So it is very harmful for those who are going to extract the water for the plantations or for the drinking purpose. Okay, next please. Beside that, when we make the comparison with the sea level rise, if we look at the graph, that the red color, that is with the sea level rise, the current speed, and the together with the baseline level, that with the existing condition, then we'll come up with this, the difference of current speed. What we can see here is with the current speed, with the sea level rise 0.7, along the shoreline, we are facing the increase of current speed about 0.1 meters per second. Whereas in the offshore, we are going to have a decrease of current speed about 0.01 meter per second. But it is very significant for the area in the estuary itself. It will be in this pink color, is about 0.2 meter per second increase of current speed because of sea level rise of 0.7 meters. So we can see that the when we talk about sea level rise, besides they are going to give the more inundation area, also they are going to cause us have a higher current speed along our shoreline and in our estuaries, that they will contribute to more erosions to the study areas or the place that we concern in the future. Next, please. So now we are going to second topic that we are going to cover about the storm surge. What being displayed by the extreme wind event here, what being described by the Met Office Malaysia, they have been shows that in our region we are having more extreme wind by day and the magnitude. So what we worry is because of especially during the northeast monsoon, we are going to have a high pressure from the Japan and China, that the wind will blow from that side to our region due to this long fashland that they will create the energy together with the bathymetry that we show here, that they will build up the energy, that when they build out that kind of energy, when they are landed at our shoreline, they will dissipate the energy. So next, please. How much is it they dissipate the energy? Actually, what we can see here from Narim study, actually what we can see here, those areas with this green color, they have a very high wave, especially during the higher extreme conditions, that it will receive a high wave, that we can see that like Kota Baru and this side and the Dungun at this side, they have a high wave. They have the surge of the wave to the shoreline, that they cause more erosion to be happen at the near shore. Next, please. So when we talk about, because this, I cater this one for the student, Dr. Tay's student, they are talking more about the mangrove. Actually, when we want to plant the mangrove, planting the mangrove, as Narim finding, actually, when we start to planting the mangrove, we have to consider these three main things to let the mangrove to have a higher surviving rate. This first thing is wave height. You have to plant the mangrove that they are sheltered with the higher height, wave height is lesser than 1 meter. With the current speed must be lesser than 0.3 meter per second, and they must have a lot of suspended sediment. But with this climate change, I believe the wave height will be increased. Like just now we see that the extreme wave will be increased, that we see the sea level rise will going to give the higher current speed, that this one also will increase. So it will be, how is it in the future? We want to plant our mangrove at the shoreline. We have to reduce this kind of wave and current speed. Of course, we are not worried about the suspended sediment, because when we have a higher current speed, of course, we're going to have more suspended sediment. This will be happy by the mangrove itself. Next, please. Next. Previous. One more. Previous, yeah. If we see the case study at the site 2, because they comply with the 3 criteria that just now I mentioned, the surviving rate of this area is about 95%. Whereas at the site 1, when they carry out the planting, we can see nothing has been survived in that, because they are not fulfilled this kind of criteria for the hydrodynamic. Next, please. So the key message under this possible impact of climate change to the coastal area, what we can see here, actually, we are going to have increase in the current speed at the near shore and the river side. We are going to have an increase of salt level that affect our plant in Malaysia, because of sea level is rising and will go more further inland. And we are going to have our saltwater intrusions in the future. We are going to have our inundation impact to our buildings and utilities. Maybe it will give the harmful to the mangrove and losses, and also it will give the extreme wave storm surge that will increase our water level more further higher compared to the one that from the sea level rise. Next, please. So mitigations and adaptations. Next, please. When we talk about adaptation, is how is it we ourselves to adjust with the climate change. Through this is the case study in Malaysia, we can use the meta accommodations that we are hire out our platform to reduce the impact of sea level rise, or we can go for the protection using the hub structure to protect our shoreline, or we can retreat, we go further inland. This study, the retreat one actually in the island, they go more further inland. That's why is it they have a lot of stackage there, because they go more further inland. Or another one, now we are more focused on natural-based solutions that we have our nourishment, or we planting the mangrove. Next, please. When we talk about mitigation is how is it we can reduce the climate change. When we talk about climate change, the main thing is because of release of the carbon CO2 to the air, atmospheric. So how is it we can reduce this carbon dioxide in the air itself? So maybe we have to change our daily activity. Maybe I, Dr. Tay, and all of us have to change our daily activities. Like we are using more public transport. The diet that we go for more vegetations, and the energy that we are using. Then we can reduce the CO2. Next, please. When the key message here, when we reduce the CO2, automatically we will slow down the temperature, we will slow down the precipitation intensity changes, sea level rise, and storm surge. With that, thank you very much. Thank you. Hope you all understand.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lee Hin Lee, for the presentation. It was really, really in-depth. It was very deep, especially on the sea level rise and, of course, the storm surge as well. And again, for the participants, please fill in the survey. It is prepared by our lovely Dr. Lee, and it's helped to it is supposed to help her to measure the impact of her presentation. All right. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lee. All right. Following Dr. Lee Hin Lee, we are pleased to have Dr. Ahmad Aldri Ameh, Senior Lecturer and Research Fellow at Institute for Environment and Development, Lestari of Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM. Dr. Aldri is a Doctor of Philosophy in Marine Science, Mangrove Ecology from the University of Queensland, Australia. He has a very long list of publicized articles and research on the environment and ecosystem. Some of his works are the fundamental influence of nitrogen on nutrient cycles and dynamics in Malaysia's restored, managed and intact mangroves, the status, dynamics and connectivity of mangroves in Tioman Marine Park Pahang, establishment of sustainability science demonstration site on water and environmental sustainability education linked with ecotourism in Langkawi Geopark, and many, many more. Dr. Ahmad Aldri Ameh is going to share some thoughts on impacts of climate change on mangroves. Without further ado, let us welcome Dr. Ahmad Aldri Ameh.
Thank you very much, Ms. MC. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Is my slide? Okay, can you see my slide clearly?
Yes, Doctor, very clear.
Awesome. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. It is indeed an honor to be invited and to be among the many distinguished panelists today. Climate change is not the only challenge we have. Today, in particular, I have this bigger task to address this case, mangroves versus climate change, in 10 minutes. So that will be a big challenge, but I will try best to storm through the slides. So please bear with me. So each time when I'm asked about mangroves, and particularly on people's perspectives and understanding towards mangroves, with regards to their hidden roles, their functions and benefits, this character, Clark Kent, crosses my mind. I'm pretty sure many of you are familiar with this. Everybody ignores Clark Kent in his geeky glasses, nerdy look as a reporter at Daily Planet. But when he transforms into his alter ego as Superman, he emerges as a hero, as a savior who comes to the rescue every time the people, the city are in distress. So everyone now, when he turns to Superman, everyone appreciates him, everyone loves him, as everyone realizes the value of the services, the protection, the safety, the security he provides against public enemies or catastrophes. Yeah, but unfortunately, that happens in Superman movies. Yeah, it happens in our fantasy. It is a fiction. The enemy, the nemesis we are facing today is very real, just like what highlighted by Dr. Engineer Lee just now. And these impacts are coming our way, affecting each one of us, at every corner of the planet. What we are facing today is a big, huge, monstrous impacts in the form of human-induced climate catastrophe. Yeah. Why is it appearing? Okay. So climate catastrophe that brings extreme changes and disturbances at planetary scale. So to combat these impacts, to combat global impact of climate change, we, all of us, the whole planet must strategize. And science has proven that the pumping of carbon into our atmosphere induced by our activities since industrial revolution in the 1700s, for many generations already now, for few millennia already, had contributed to the increase in atmospheric temperature, and that caused, trigger some chain reactions and permanent damages. We see glaciers melting, oceans heating up, sea levels rising, and this is the point that I will raise further today. But then again, we don't have Superman to protect.
afterwards. All right. Moving on to the speaker, we have our third panel, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Zin bin Yusof, Director of Forestry Perak. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Zin bin Yusof graduated with Bachelor of Degree in Forestry Science from University Putra Malaysia. Datuk was born in Kampar, Perak, and in 1995, he landed a career as Forestry Protection Officer and was stationed in Forestry Department of Peninsula Malaysia. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Zin continued his career as Forestry Protection Officer in 1999 at Kemasul Forest Farm Office, Pahang Forestry Department. Having spent 2 decades holding positions involving planning, managing, and operating in the forestry field, such as the Deputy Director of Forest Resource Management at the Forest Management Unit, Forestry Department of Peninsula Malaysia in 2008, Deputy Director of Perak Forestry in 2009, and Deputy Director of Pahang Forestry in 2015. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Zin bin Yusof is going to share some thoughts on efforts and challenges in conserving coastal areas. Let us welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Zin bin Yusof.
Director, can you see my slide?
Not yet, Datuk. All right. Yes. Can you try putting in full screen, Datuk?
Okay. Can you see now?
Yes. Very clear, Datuk.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to all participants and panelists. Thanks to the organizers of the UDP Go Nature Campaign 3.0 for inviting the Perak State Forestry Department to share our efforts and challenges in conserving coastal area from perspective of mangrove forest management. My presentation today will focus on the management of mangrove forests as well as our efforts and challenges in conserving the coastal areas. Here is a brief outline of my presentation. First, I will introduce you to mangrove forests, its role and your importance to our life and environment. After that, I will share with you the extent of mangrove forests in Perak. Third, we will discuss what are the issues and challenges in managing this mangrove forest area. Lastly, I will highlight the efforts and way forward taken by the Perak State Forestry Department to make sure these forest mangroves areas and their function are sustained for future generation. And in discussing all these aspects, I will refer to world-renowned Mata Mangrove Forest at its claim to be the world's best managed mangrove forest. Okay, let me begin with providing a brief introduction to a mangrove forest ecosystem, its role and why is it important to our life. So I believe that all participants today are already know in depth about the mangrove ecosystem. They live in a habitat of salty waters, facing extreme tides, strong winds, and high temperatures, as well as muddy and anaerobic soil. There are 70 species, 16 genera, and 11 families recorded in the world. And in Malaysia, there are over 40 species found. The dominant species were Rhizophora piculata, Rhizophora mucronata, and Bruguera gymnorrhiza. As you can see on the forest profile shown here, mangrove forests are the closest to the seas and hence play a key role in coastal protection. So from this diagram, it can be seen that the mangrove forests play various important roles, ranging from serving as a buffer zone for coastal protection, habitat for many living organisms, providing livelihood to many communities, as well as a food source offering fish and crabs. As we all know, in 2004 tsunami has created a comprehensive awareness of the importance of mangrove forests in reducing the impact of natural disaster. Okay, now we move to mangrove management in Perak. Here is the extent of forested area in Perak. At the end of 2020, there was about 1.012 million hectares of forested area, or covering 48% of total land area. Out of this, about 988,000 hectares have been gazetted as permanent reserve forests under the National Forestry Act 1984. There are three types of forest area in Peninsular Malaysia. First is state land forest. Those forests area under administrative or district and land office. Usually, this type of land is for land development. Second is alienated land, that those land belong to individual or private. Third is permanent reserve forest. Those forest land that were gazetted under National Forestry Act 1984 and under jurisdiction of the Forestry Department. So it is important to note that the difference between forest type is because there are many cases where the public blame the Forestry Department for declaring a forest in state land or alienated land. From 988,000 hectares of, as I mentioned earlier, 4.3% or about 42,000 hectares are mangrove forests. The Matang Mangrove Forest Reserve is the largest single mangrove forest in Peninsular Malaysia, or representing about 12% of total mangrove forest in Malaysia. Mangrove forest area in Perak is situated in Larut Matang district, accounting to about 40,500 hectares, and the remaining 1,500 hectares is located in Kitamanjung district. That means mangrove area in Perak stretches from Kuala Gula in the north to Lekir in the south, totaling about 85 km in length. The mangrove forest in Perak, especially Matang Mangrove Forest, is managed systematically since 1902 and still considered as the best managed mangrove forest in the world. Managed by 30 years felling cycle, it begins with clear felling of about 5,800 trees per hectare, and most of these trees are for charcoal production. 2 years later, after the clear felling, trees are planted with 7,000 trees per hectare, and at year 15 after planting, first thinning with 1.2 meter distance is done, followed by second thinning at year 20 with 1.8 distance. And all trees from these two thinning process are used for poles. Okay, here from this chart, we can see the first Matang Mangrove Working Plan was established in 1930, and since then there has been 9 working plans covering 10 years each. This means we are currently in our 4th cycle. The new working plan covering year 2020 to 2029 is in the final stage of formulation. For your information, this new working plan is for areas that have been harvested for charcoal and poles under 6th working plan. Matang Mangrove Forest Management is an example of successful sustainable forest management that takes into account 3 important elements, namely the environment, economy, and social aspect. From this, Matang Mangrove Forest Management has been recognized as the world best managed in various journals, newspaper, and by certification bodies. Like other mangrove forests, the Matang Mangrove Forest is important for the stabilization and protection of riverbank and coastline, retain high biodiversity, and listed as an important bird area. The habitat is also key for migratory bird families. A study by UPM found that Kuala Sepetang and Kuala Terong mangrove have high carbon levels among the mangrove here. For the past 100 years, the Matang Mangrove Forests have still contributed to the economic development of the locals, especially the charcoal industry and production of coal. At present, there are almost 130 charcoal and pole businesses in Matang. There are also 28 out of 34 villages involved in fishing activity. It is reported that about 30,000 people in Matang are dependent on sustenance from the mangrove ecosystem, and the annual value of forest product of Ringgit Malaysia 53 million. The environment-based tourism or ecotourism industry also has the potential to be explored. As we all know, Kuala Gula is an important location for bird watchers, while Kampung Dew is known for firefly. Perak State Forestry Department has developed Eco Education Center in Kuala Sepetang, where the visitors are able to learn about mangrove ecosystem. However, the conservation of mangrove forests also has issues and challenges. Among the main issues had to be discussed in this forum are encroachment, land conversion, and garbage and waste disposal. The first threat to mangrove is land conversion into other land use. For the past 10 years, more than 36 hectares of permanent reservoirs were converted in housing, settlement, and aquaculture farm. Although it may appear to be small, the impact of this loss is huge to the climate or coastal protection. Since 1990s, more than 335 hectares of mangrove areas are encroached for various purposes, particularly palm oil. There were also other incidents where a house, community hall, jetty, and storage facilities were developed in this area. The irresponsible disposal of garbage and waste into the seas and river affect the mangrove tremendously. Water bodies are also polluted by the industrial waste and those who dispose their waste due to lack of proper garbage system. The Perak State Forestry Department is working with the Department of Irrigation and Drainage to find effective solution in overcoming this issue. Now let's move on the effort and way forward. A key effort by the Perak State Forestry Department is tree planting activities in the coastal area. This is in support of national project called Planting of Mangrove Trees and Other Suitable Species along the national coastal area since 2005. The objective of this program is to strengthen the establishment of a buffer zone for coastal protection. Between 2020 and 2021, the Perak State Forestry Department, along with partners and other stakeholders, have planted about 115,000 trees across more than 350 hectares of degraded area, costing a total of Ringgit Malaysia 1.2 million. The image here with those wearing blue t-shirt, as you can see in the slide, is a replanting program in 2016 with UTP and UITM at Lekeh, where 1,000 trees were planted. Another effort undertaken by the Perak State Forestry Department is to identify and propose suitable area to be gazetted as permanent reserve forest. To date, the total area proposed for gazettement is about 600 hectares. Although the process of gazetting this area is relatively slow, as there are areas that have been approved by the state authorities since 2017. But there are positive efforts from the state government, especially the Land and Mineral Department or PTG, to expedite the process of gazettement. We hope this process will be completed by the end of this year. Communication, education, and public awareness, or SEPA, to raise public awareness through trees planting program is an continuous effort made by the department. In Perak, we are lucky to be supported by two NGOs that play an active role in conservation and preservation of mangrove forests. They are Sahabat Bakau Kuala Gula and Sahabat Bakau Lekeh. Their efforts were recognized by Duli Yang Maha Mulia Sultan Perak in 2019 during the State World Forestry Day celebration. Another effort carried out by the Perak State Forestry Department is technology-based area monitoring. By using this technology, changes in forest stand due to illegal activity or encroachment can be detected through the projection of satellite image. Currently, there are two systems in place, geospatial and Mama Forest, to keep track of these changes. The Hawk-Eye team is a special unit set up by department in 2018, specialized in using drones to detect any illegal logging and forest encroachment in Permanent Reserve Forest. We also carry out integrated enforcement operation with other agencies such as Malaysia Anti-Corruption Commission, PDRM, RELA, and Immigration Department to curb illegal logging activities. This year, up to August, we have had 5 series of integrated operations in Perak, including in mangrove forest area. So the Perak State Forestry Department is committed to ensure that the management of mangrove forests in Perak is continued and in line with the Malaysian Forestry Policy 2021 and various other programs and plans such as the Perak Bumi Lestari, which one of the state government initiative aimed to lowering the urban heat effects. Perak Sejahtera Development Plan 2030, which focus on sustainable use of resources and nature, for which the state government takes seriously the issue of balance between exploration and sustainable use of the earth's resource. We also aspire for the management of the Matang mangrove forest to be carried out in accordance with our working plan. With that, thank you everyone. Again, it is a pleasure to be a panelist in this event. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Zain, for the presentation. It gave a really deep insight on the efforts that have been done to preserve and conserve our mangrove forests. Now, let us have our Dr. Aldri back to present his materials. Is Dr. Aldri here?
I'm here, and I'm surprised. Actually, I finished giving my speech, and then suddenly I received a call from Amanda saying I wasn't there. Oh my goodness, this never happened before. But I don't know where did you miss me? I mean, like where did you lose me?
You were talking about Superman, Doctor.
Okay. And thank you, Datuk Zain, for the presentation. So actually, yeah, it should be a build-up to your talk, but I mean, yeah, I will try to fit the. I think was this where I left?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, so yeah, I just continue, yeah. Yeah, basically, we don't have Superman, yeah, to protect us from this catastrophe. But what God have given us, yeah, and nature is mangrove, yeah, and just like terrestrial forests, yeah, mangroves are evergreen forests, yeah, as highlighted by Datuk Zain, by Engineer Lee just now. They play very important role in absorbing carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen. Yeah, at the same time, mangroves are also wetlands, a coastal wetland in particular, that play the role as the kidney and the lungs of the earth. Yeah, so their contribution is not just for local communities. Yeah, the impacts or the influences or the contributions and benefits are actually global in nature. Yeah. So being in the between land and sea, yeah, mangrove is an important habitat and home for many organisms, yeah, as well as important platform for many ecological and physical processes. So as an ecosystem, yeah, which includes the plants, the animals, it's not just about plants, yeah, also the microorganisms, yeah, the abiotic components. Yeah, so on top of providing all these, the provisioning role and the cultural roles, mangroves support and regulate many important environmental processes. So most notably, yeah, is their ability, yeah, to absorb carbon dioxide. So the whole system play their roles, not just the trees, yeah, the crabs, yeah, the microorganism, the sediment, the tides, yeah, the wave, the salinity, all play important role in making mangrove as the most efficient carbon sequester on Earth. Yeah, they have the ability to absorb at a very fast rate, as well as sequestering or keeping all the carbons, yeah, for a huge amount of carbon for as long as we can imagine. Yeah. Compared to other ecosystems on Earth. And it is important for me to highlight to you that mangrove is the signature habitat, yeah, and the trademark ecosystems of the planet, yeah, of the tropics, of the tropics. And we as Malaysian, as part of Southeast Asia, must be proud, yeah, for having the largest extent of mangrove area, as well as the highest amount of plant species diversity compared to other regions throughout the equatorial belt. Yeah. And located on the edge, yeah, in between land and sea, I reckon mangrove is not only the most hardworking ecosystem in assisting Earth to combat climate change, but also they are the most approachable ecosystem in the world. Yeah, especially, I mean, you can imagine from this image, yeah, for scientists, for normal people, yeah, we can approach mangrove, yeah, we can enter mangrove, we can study mangrove, learn about them from land. Yeah, we can enter, we can approach them from rivers. Yeah, we can also approach them from the ocean, directly from the ocean. Yeah, just like how the earlier European explorers, yeah, they got excited when they come to the tropics. They go on the shores and see these forested ecosystem right next to the ocean, right? And then we can also learn and study mangrove from space. So don't be surprised if I tell you that there is a dedicated, specialized mangrove research team at NASA. Yeah. So anyway, you can also imagine from this diagram, from this animation, on how stressful a mangrove can be to deal with high amount of pressures and disturbances and impacts coming from all angles. Imagine, yeah. So these are some of the key physical variables required in which optimum amount of input would allow mangrove to flourish. Yeah, but as pointed out by Engineer Lee earlier, additional unnecessary anthropogenic impacts, yeah, as well as disturbances caused by human-induced climate pressures, yeah, will have detrimental effects on mangrove forests. Yeah. Again, living in the intertidal zone, yeah, tides in particular have a very significant influence on the survival of mangrove. So imagine, so mean sea level is a keyword here, tides is a keyword here, and mangrove only live within this zone. Yeah. So there is an impact if something happened to sea level. There is some impact if there is a increase in wave and storm activities. Yeah. Okay, so living in the intertidal zone, there are some characteristics, yeah, or adaptation characteristics that they have to possess and they have to exhibit, in which I may not be able to explain in this very short time period. But you can always visit my website and view some of my past lectures to understand how the root system and how they excrete salt, unwanted salt from their system, yeah, and their reproductive mechanism. Yeah, this is so special and this is so important to understand, and how this leads to them dominating our tropical shorelines, yeah, and play the role as defender, yeah, of our coast, and so on and so forth. I can quickly show you this video. This is actually done by our friends at Deltares to show on the impact on the roles and benefits provided by mangrove, yeah, in attenuating the impacts of waves. Yeah? And imagine also this can be done by mangrove to protect us from tsunami, from storms. Yeah? And one more thing I forget to highlight was tropical belt, yeah, is synonymous to tropical storms. And God has given, has already laid this check and balance, natural check and balance, where with mangrove available on the tropical belt, this can fight against tropical storms as well. So it is already so beautiful. So we must understand and treat these habitats properly. Yeah? So by having this kind of disturbance in mangrove, we have already stopped mangrove the ability to absorb carbon dioxide. And when we disturb it, we expose the soil. All the carbon that has been stored in the sediment will be exposed. They will be oxidized, will be oxygenated. And instead of being the most important or most efficient carbon sequester, they now turn into being the worst carbon emitter. Yeah, so this is because of us. Yeah? And aquaculture ponds, for example, they cannot be efficient for more than 10 years, right? So don't simply abandon, rethink of giving out new permits, and for old permits, ask them to rehabilitate the mangroves, and store back, gain back the carbon and absorb the atmospheric carbon that has caused all these chain reactions on Earth. And these kind of developments are very dangerous, because mangroves are intertidal ecosystem. Yeah? So there are tides coming in and out. So if we build house, we expect tides to come. We actually open up ourselves, we expose ourselves to flood. Yeah? And by building up infrastructure or physical structures within the intertidal zone, we stop natural processes, the dynamic processes from happening. Tides need space to reach land. And now, with increased storm, increased wind, increased wave, this is simple physics. Action, there will be reaction. And we, by building physical structures, building seawalls, we are actually triggering more erosion. And erosion, when I speak about erosion, is not just about the sediment. It carries away the whole habitats and ecosystem as well. So now there's no way for these mangrove plants, mangrove animals, mangrove microorganisms, the sediment, to live. There's no home for them anymore. And this is made worse by sea level rise. Imagine, remember, the whole zone is now moving upwards, and there is no space for the dynamic process to happen. Mangrove cannot go further up, and they will be suffocated if the area is gone. Now the walls is actually the one not permitting this natural process to happen. Furthermore, we are actually pushing or exposing ourselves to more disasters by having this kind of development. Remember, this is an intertidal zone. So if we have this kind of development, we are actually welcoming disasters and hazards to ourselves. So government approving this kind of development will be us, the developers will require compensation if something happens to them. So rethink before we allow for this kind of development. And imagine how much pollution, to maintain this kind of development, we need herbicide, pesticide, to maintain the grass, the development basically. And imagine the flow going into the rivers, the pesticide, herbicides fed by our fish, by our seafood, and we feed on them. So the impact is bad, very, very bad. And the perception that we need to change about wetlands, mangroves being wasteland. So because of the perception, we simply turn mangrove into landfills, for example. And this is another issue because landfills within intertidal zone will have impact. It will have impact on the underground water system, which in the end goes into our river system again and again into our fish and seafood. Yeah. And again, this is an intertidal zone. So by tides coming in and out, it will displace all this garbage, unmanaged waste, somewhere else. Ultimately, the tides will carry this wave. If we don't manage our waste properly, it will end up here. Both coming from rivers, coming from ocean, it will stop here in the middle, in the mangrove. And remember, baby mangrove, they cannot find sediment to take root and to grow. And furthermore, this pollution, this plastic will be fed by our fish, our shrimp, our shrek, our crab, and we eat this seafood, right? So now microplastic, nanoplastic is entering our body system. And this marine debris, this plastic litter will stay there as long as they can, and maybe past our lifetime. And it is a nuisance. So please don't be surprised, if we have more zoonotic diseases coming, in the future. Okay, so now we know the impact. We know on how important mangroves are and our coastal forests and our coastal natural ecosystem. So we have to take action. Engineer Lee just now earlier has pointed out on maybe retreat is an option for the government, right? And Dato' Zain just now has highlighted on the management of mangroves. So protect what we have left. We only have a little green areas in our country now. So stop encroaching and just revisit whatever we have developed and let nature take its own course. For this area, participate in rehabilitation, because they have very important roles to play and we have to appreciate them better. And it is not just the job of Datuk Zain, Engineer Lee, Datuk Kezrol, or Engineer Bahar. No, this is the roles. We need everyone to contribute to this protection and conservation and better management and better protection of mangrove forests. And the spirit actually leads to the formation of the Malaysian Mangrove Research Alliance and Network. And everyone has to be involved, has to understand, everyone must participate in better protection and management. So I welcome all of you to be part of this amazing network and of researchers, of fans of mangroves, and managers and everyone. Because why? We are doing this to sustain, to maintain the natural, our natural environment for the benefit of nature, for the benefit of us, current generation, as well as the future generations. Thank you very much.
The presentation. It is a very, very eye-opening presentation for me, and I believe for most of the participants. And now let's have our next speaker, which is Yang Berbahagia Datuk Paduka IR Dr. Haji Kezrul bin Abdullah, Director of Wetlands International Malaysia. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Paduka IR Dr. Haji Kezrul bin Abdullah is the chairperson of the Council of Wetlands International Malaysia. He has been involved in the field of water and water resources engineering for the past 37 years. He graduated in civil engineering from the University of Malaya and joined the Department of Irrigation and Drainage Malaysia, where over an illustrious career, he rose to become the Director General in 1997 until his retirement from public service 11 years later. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Paduka IR Dr. Haji Kezrul bin Abdullah is going to share some thoughts on adapting to climate change through building with nature. Now let us welcome Yang Berbahagia Datuk Paduka IR Dr. Haji Kezrul.
Thank you, Ms. Natasha. Thank you also for your good mentoring of this forum. I think you are living up to your name.
Thank you.
You are going to be the star of this show.
Thank you, Dato'.
Let me just, I would also like to thank the organizers for inviting Wetlands International for us to share some experience that we have on mangrove. And I'm very happy to see our young professionals showing such a keen interest on climate change, as well as on mangrove conservation. Right. First, let me just introduce Wetlands International. Who are we? Well, we are the only global not-for-profit organization which is dedicated to wetlands. And of course, mangrove forests are part of wetlands. We were formed in 1996, so we are celebrating our 25th anniversary this year. And we have a network of offices all over the world. Our head office is in the Netherlands. As a background, we now know that our coastlines are increasingly vulnerable because of population growth. People are moving into the coastline, degradation of our ecosystem because of erosion of subsidence, as well as climate change. So the way that we are putting infrastructure into place is also changing. Our investments have increased because of the increased risk due to climate change. So it is now time for us to all consider the need to transition from building in nature to building with nature. Building in nature means we cut the forest and we build a city all over it, or we cut the mangrove and then we put aquaculture on it. Building with nature means we build together with nature. So it is an engineering approach that uses the natural ecological processes so that we can achieve efficient and sustainable hydraulic designs. The basic principle in building with nature is we work with nature and we don't work against nature. Like it means we do a system approach and we put the natural processes really as the core of our solution. And at the same time, we do need to work with all relevant stakeholders, especially with the local communities. Building with nature, one of the early pioneers are the Netherlands. And they have been building with nature in different settings for their river works, for their ports, for their coastal erosion problems. But I'd like to bring us to coastal mangrove environment, which we have heard a lot from the earlier speakers. So as we have heard, in a normal environment, we have mangroves, and then we get these storm surges, which is increasing as we have climate change. And these storm surges will create waves, and the waves will attack and erode the land mass. And here are some pictures of what can happen after a storm. You can see the amount of erosion. Even natural mangrove are not protected from it, because in a very severe storm, even some of the mangrove trees will be washed away. But nature works in mysterious ways. So during a storm, you get erosion. But after the storm, you will then have a situation where at high tide, the tide will bring in sediment. So during a storm, the water erodes and it takes away the sediment. But after the storm, the tides will bring back the sediment. And so there is an equilibrium. Unfortunately, when during the storm, we have erosion, and the erosion affects people's houses. What we then do is we have to protect the houses, and then we build hard structure, concrete walls or concrete dams. And what happens when we do this is when you have a hard structure and you get a storm coming in, the waves will reflect against the hard structure, and the wave will have an impact which is 2 to 4 times more than if there were no hard structure. And it will erode more soil in front of the structure. And over time, the structure will then collapse. So we can see, although the structure protects the hinterland from the storm, but over time it will collapse. At the same time, because of the structure, when we are out of the storm, we find that the tides are not able to now replenish the sediment because it is blocked by this hard structure. So I'd like to share with you a case study that Wetlands International, together with our partners, carried out in Denmark, in Indonesia. So this was a collaborative program. We worked together with UNESCO IHE, with Deltares, with some Dutch consultants, and with the Indonesian Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries. First, let's take a view of Demak District. Demak District is in central Java. And we will zoom down to the project area. And here you can see in the project area, over a period of 10 years, the scope of the erosion is very vast. Right, the black line shows you the coastline in 2003, and over the years, it begins to erode into the hinterland. And then as a result of this, we then have a situation where houses are washed away, and remaining houses are flooded, even roads are flooded. And this erosion is due to people cutting the mangrove. It's also due to infrastructure development because near here is the harbor of Semarang. So you can see that it can be very serious and the coastline has been eroded. The traditional way of solving this, and as an engineer, also at one time I looked after coastal erosion. Engineers tend to come in and we want to build hard structures. This tends to be expensive, but it also is not sustainable because over time it will collapse. But more important, hard structures will disturb the sediment flow as well as the water flow. And in many areas, the local community doesn't like hard structures because when you build a wall, you actually prevent fishermen from going out to the sea. And also people who are living behind the wall, they feel that they are like in a very dangerous situation. So how does building with nature works? In a sense, when we talk about building with nature, we try to mimic, we try to imitate. So instead of a hard structure, we try to put a structure which is similar to the roots of the mangrove, which is permeable. So here you have a picture of what we have been doing there. We use local materials. We use bamboo. You need strong bamboo to fight against the wave action, but at the same time, you need to fill it up with material which will allow the sediment to flow through during high tide and after the storm is over. So what we did was we constructed a number of these permeable structures in the Demak area. And the purpose of the structure are one, to dampen the erosion. Secondly, to trap and to stabilize the sediment flow, to protect against flooding, and also to protect against saltwater intrusion. So the main thing that we were looking for was how do I trap back the sediment? And so with the structure, we are allowing the sediments to be brought in during high tide. And once we have sufficient sediment growth, we then do replanting of mangrove. The permeable structure will continue to protect the seedlings from the waves of the sea. Right? And here you can see within a period of less than half a year, the mangroves have already established themselves. But we are not just looking at how to bring back the mangrove. In effect, for this project, we are looking at creating a mangrove-based economy. So we bring back the mangrove, we now will provide safety for the local community, and it allows the economy to prosper. And as a result of the prosperous economy, they are able to then have sufficient income so that one, they will understand the importance of the mangrove belt. And secondly, they will be able to spend money to maintain the mangrove green belt. So in the project, we identified areas where we would convert to mangrove green belt, and we mix this with aquaculture projects. So here is where the mangrove green belt is, and this is where behind it, we would have the aquaculture projects. The result of this project is that with the mangroves in place, we now have recovered back land, we have protected the land from erosion, and we have allowed the local community, the local economy to prosper. So for the aquaculture project, the shrimp yields are now averaging 3 to 20 times more than what it was before we came in. And this brings them an income of 3 to 9 times more. So all in all, you can say this is a successful and sustainable eco-friendly project. So with that, I would be open to questions and answers in the Q&A session a little while later. So thank you very much for your attendance.
All right, thank you, Datuk Paduka, Dr. Haji Kazrul, for the presentation. It really shows us what we can do with nature instead of just planting trees around building. There are more to it. All right, that's a very eye-opening presentation. All right, now we move on to our last but not least speaker. We have Tuan IR Baharudin bin Abdullah, Director of Department of Irrigation and Drainage, JPS Perak. Tuan IR Baharudin bin Abdullah holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from University Technology Malaysia and a master's degree from Newcastle University in England. Tuan IR Baharudin is currently the Director of the Department of Irrigation and Drainage, JPS Perak, starting his career as a Deputy District Engineer at JPS Kulim Kedah in 1989. Tuan IR Baharudin then served as a Civil Engineer at Integrated Agricultural Development Area, Pulau Pinang in the 1990s. With a career spanning over 2 decades, holding different positions such as Senior Research Officer in Water Quality Department at Nahrim in 2003, as well as Deputy Director and Director of JPS Kedah in the year 2014 and 2017, respectively. Tuan IR Baharudin bin Abdullah is going to share some thoughts on coastal planning and management in ensuring coastal sustainability in Perak. Please welcome Tuan IR Baharudin. Hello, Tuan. Are you there? Hello, Tuan.
I will give a talk on this coastal planning and management in ensuring in sustainability of coastal in Perak. So first of all, in my talk, I will cover first of all the Perak coastline, and then followed by typical coastline, the morphology of coastline in Perak, coastal profiles, coastal erosion and challenges, and lastly, planning and guidelines. So before we go further, I would like to highlight on the coastline of Perak. It started from the Krian River mouth bordering to Kedah State and ends at Bernam River mouth bordering to Selangor State. So the total length of coastline in Malaysia is somewhere around 5,600 kilometers. And then for Perak States, the coastline covers total length of 314 kilometers. And then the coastline length on island itself is somewhere around 83.2 kilometers. And the total coastline for Negeri Perak is almost 400 kilometers. So, okay, next. So, okay, these are the typical coastline in Perak. So we have two types of coastal zone. The first one is sandy beach, and then the muddy coastal zone in Malaysia. So let me explain a bit on this coastal coastline. So we have first of all the beach, shore beach, where it will cover the back shore, foreshore as indicated on the screen, and then furthermore, from the lower waterline, we call it as shoreline face, and then from there onwards, it will going on the offshore area. So for the typical or muddy coastal zone in Malaysia, as what I mean on the screen, we have another type of coastal or muddy coastal zone where the first area shown on the screen is the agriculture area, and then after that we can see the intertidal zone where the mangrove area normally start growing within this particular stretch, and then going further is the offshore zone. Okay, next. So on the morphology itself, for the mud flat area, we have somewhere around 237 kilometers in terms of length in the Perak coastal line, and then for the sandy beach, we have somewhere around 53 kilometers. And then within the coastal line, the highest height wave is somewhere around 1.6 meter in terms of height. And then for the average height for the wave along the coastline is somewhere around 0.3 meter in height. So roughly for the mudflat area, the percentage that covers along the coastline is somewhere around 82% of the total area. Okay, so next, please. Next, please. Whatever. Okay. Within the Perak coastal profile, we have mangrove island at Kuala Sepetang, And then, as mentioned just now by my colleague from Forestry Department, mud flat found are closely associated with mangrove area. And then, as mentioned earlier, that area is the largest area recorded at the Matang Mangrove Forest Reserve. Okay, next. Okay, we can find some kind of coral reef along this coastline, and then the area that we can find this coral reef located in the Pulau Pangku archipelago, and then near this Pulau Sembilan archipelago. And then at the end, we also can find it in Pulau Jarak. And then the common species of this coral reef found within the area is the porite species and the Acropora species. So you can see that the Pulau Pangku archipelago located northern of this Pulau Sembilan archipelago, and then Pulau Jarak going further towards the sea, further of this Pulau Sembilan archipelago. So, okay, next. We can also find marine turtles in this Perak coastline, where it is located near the Pasir Pandak towards Pasir Panjang area. So, two types of marine turtles found within this area. It's a olive ridley and then the green turtle. Okay, next. And there are also kind of seagrass located in Pulau Pangku. As mentioned on the screen, there are three types of seagrass, and then as mentioned just now by Dr. Aldri, this seagrass is very useful for the juvenile fish, and then also some of the crustaceans, so that it become habitat to this juvenile or crustacean juvenile. Okay, next. And then there are also a kind of seaweed within the shoreline. It is located somewhere in the Pulau Pangku, particularly at Kampung Tanjung Dalam, Pantai Tanjung Pinang, Pasir Bogak, Pulau Giam, Sungai Nipah, and Teluk Awang Chik. So, as shown on the screen, there are three types of seaweed within the coastline of Perak. Okay, next. We also can find some kind of marine megafauna where the species, namely called as Indo-Pacific humpback dolphin, Irrawaddy dolphin, and Indo-Pacific finless porpoise. So, as mentioned, this marine megafauna can be found within the riverine waterways, estuaries, and areas off of the shoreline of the Matang forest mangrove. Okay, next. And then there are also kind of avifauna where this is located at the Kuala Gula Bird Sanctuary. And then it is known that Kuala Gula and its mudflat area is important stopovers in the East Asia Australia flyway. So this large mudflat area utilized by migratory birds for feeding and resting. It is found that within the month of September to April, somewhere around 4,000 to 8,000 individual migratory shorebird recorded to stop and refuel in the area. Okay, next. And then just to show that along the coastline, there are also kind of heritage places where stated on the screen, we can find Dutch Fort in Pulau Pangkor, Port Vale Railway Station in Kuala Sepetang, Matang Mangrove Forest in Matang, and Beting Bras Basah Jetty in Bagan Datuk. And then just to inform, in Beting Bras Basah Jetty, nearby this area, a kind of coronation for the Sultan of Perak take place when there will be a new Sultan to be coronated in the state of Perak. Okay, next. There are also kind of recreational and tourism area in the coastline. First of all, as the Pulau Pangkor is a well-known area to Malaysian, and then there are also overseas tourists come by to the area. And then in Pantai Teluk Batik, located nearby in Lumut, it's also a kind of tourism area for Perakian, and also some of them are from outside of the Perak state. Okay, next. Okay, there is a kind of marine capture that can be caught in the Perak coastline. Just to show among fish landed in the area, commonly known as grouper, and then sea bass. And then we also can find fancy fish or ikan temenung within the area. Okay, next, please. So, according to the fisheries department, there are in 2019 somewhere around 17,000 fishermen doing their daily activities, and then from this 70,000, is reported that 65% are local fishermen, and then somewhere around 34% are foreigners. And the number of fishing fleet within the coastline is around 5,334 fishing vessels, and from this figure, 3,151 units are in boats, and 2,190 units are out boats. Okay, next. Okay, within the coastal area, there are some area facing erosion, and then under JPS or the Department of Irrigation, we have categorized it into 3 categories. And then based on these 3 categories, along the Perak coastline, 16.6 kilometers are under the category 1, means that the erosion within this area are more critical. Under the category 2, the total length that covers the significant erosion, the total length is 26.5, and then under category where erosion is still acceptable, and then the total length is 92.5 kilometers. So the total length of the eroded area along the coastline of Perak is 140 kilometers, somewhere around 60% out of the total length of coastline in Perak. Okay, next. Okay, there are some challenges that the department are facing along this coastline. First of all, encroachment to coastline. As we can see on the photo, for example, at the confluence of Sungai Beruas, some of the individual or fishermen, they are constructing premises along the coastline. And then we are also facing mangrove eroded area along Pantai Remis. And then some of the area along the coastline are also facing settlement, especially at the Sungai Belukang area located in the Bagan Datuk district. Okay, next. Okay, in terms of planning and guidelines, DID, we have some strategies to overcome the problem that we are facing. So we have two kinds of plan and management strategies. First of all, the Integrated Shoreline Management Plan, also known as ISMP. And then the second one is Guideline on Erosion Control for Development Projects in the Coastal Zone, which JPS as call it as JPS 197. So among the acts that are available for shoreline management are the Town and Country Planning Act, Environmental Quality Act, Forestry Act, National Land Code, Building and Street and Building Act, and lastly, Fisheries Act. Okay, next. On the statutory development, the Town and Country Planning Act 1976 stipulates the preparation of development and physical plan as follows. National Physical Plan or NPP. Second is the National Physical Plan for Coastal Zone. The third one is Regional Plan such as the East Coast Economic Region or ECR, and then Northern Corridor Economic Region, NCR, and the Iskandar, Malaysia. Number third is the state structure, number fourth is state structure plan, and then lastly is the local plan. Okay, next. For the integrated shoreline management, this document divides the respective coastline into a number of management units with similar character, while some are categorized by erosion risk. The following are provided for each management unit. Coastal development management strategies, so that the development in the coastal area can be carried out in a sustainable manner. And then a defense option for the coastline, and lastly, the specific guidelines and policies for development activities. Okay, next. Under the JPS guidelines, we have to facilitate with the development along the coastal zone and to ensure proper planning and implementation of a project within the coastal. So this document contains setback limits for backshore development project, which include construction of tourism facilities. Development projects in the coastal zone are classified into 4 broad types. So the first one is a shoreline front, where project located on the coastline or foreshore, such as the construction of ports, marines, breakways, groins, jetties, causeway, bridges, undersea tunnels, sewerage outfalls, and laying of submarine cables and pipelines. For the backshore development, project include works such as construction of hotels, housing, agriculture, and industrial development, which represent the bulk of economic development activities. And number 3 is on the land reclamation, and lastly, sand mining and river mouth dredging. Next. So the setback rules which are indicated in the guidelines for sandy coast development, we have kind of limit within 60 meters. There should not be any development within the area. And then for the muddy coast, coastline, the development within this area are not allowed. So the total length for this muddy coast is within 400 meters. Okay, next. So these are the setback as we have we did some amendments related to the setback in Garis Panduan JPS 197. So existing, the following setback limit are proposed: 60 meters for sandy coast, measured from mean high water line, and 400 meters for muddy coast, measured from the seaward edge of mangrove vegetation. However, no development should be allowed in areas where mangrove vegetation have been gazetted as a permanent forest reserve under the National Forestry Act 1984. So, okay, next. Development setback as what I mean on the screen for natural rocky coastline with top height of rock more than 5 meters from the mean sea level. The setback limit proposed is 20 meters from the top of rock and landward side towards the building line. Next. And then for revetment or for reclaimed coastline and backfill development at the foreshore and shorefront area, coastal protection structure have been provided. So the setback limit proposed is 20 meters from top of the coastal protection structures on the landward side towards the building line. Okay, next. And for proposed amendment related to the setback for the Garis Panduan, it also mentioned that for river mouth area, the setback limit proposed would apply up to 1 kilometer from the river mouth. So as indicated on the screen. So okay, next. So as a conclusion to the on this talk, so all development located within the coastal zone must comply with the statutory plan to warrant approval to application for EIA as a prescribed activities, hydraulic, land alienation, and also planning permission. So second, guideline on land use control and setback requirements should be consistent between the respective agencies. In other words, DID and the town planning department. So application of planning guideline for coastal project should be assessed on a side-by-side basis by the respective approving authorities. And then thirdly, coastal management strategies outlined in the NCES and ISMP should be adopted in statutory development plan. So lastly, proper hydraulic study need to be carried out to evaluate the existing condition and the arising impact due to the development needs to be carried out to complement detailed engineering design for the development located within the coastal zone, including coastal erosion control work. So the affected population, being stakeholders of the project, can be engaged while developing the appropriate mitigation measures. So with that, I think I would thank to the organizers for giving the opportunity to the Drainage Irrigation Department to give some talk towards this forum. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tuan I.R. Baharudin, for the sharing on Perak coastline. There are definitely something new for many of the participants, I believe. And again, thank you to all our panelists for the insightful sharing. With all the speakers have presented their topics, we shall now move on to the Q&A session. And we will begin with some questions submitted by our audience in the chat box. All right, so speakers, are you ready? Okay. So we have several questions that we've received. And the first question is for Dr. Aldri. Dr. Aldri, are you there? All right. So I see Dr. Aldri is here. All right. Good evening, Dr. Aldri. So the question is, the mangrove has contributed to local community in terms of fisheries, for example, crabs, prawns, and cockle. How can we leverage this to increase the economic activities without affecting the mangrove ecosystem? The question is from Encik Muhammad Hasfanizam.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Yeah, basically mangroves have been utilized by local communities since the beginning of time. Actually, if I have an opportunity to share, maybe also you can check on, or maybe re-invite us for longer session. I could actually highlight on the dependencies of communities. If you realize communities along the tropics, if you look at your history book for high school student, maybe you can open your Sejarah Dunia and Sejarah Malaysia textbook. Many civilizations started off, or actually settled on major river estuaries. And you can see these communities actually depended on resources on these major rivers. And what you have on the estuarine or major estuary along the tropics are mangroves, right? So meaning dependency have been there by community for as long as we can remember. So the point here is to use it sustainably. And this is what Wetlands International is promoting, and other international programs, UNESCO programs are promoting wise use, sustainable use. So we must know our threshold. So communities, for example, in Malaysia, we can have in Matang, in Setiu, for example, all around our coast, Sabah, Sarawak also, communities using it wisely. But when we impose or we encroach for heavier developments, as we go modern, as we become more modern and more civilized, if you like, we tend to forget the role that these mangroves can provide. For example, as simple as seafood. We will go to coastal villages to get fresh seafood. For example, we go to Kuala Sepetang to get the best mi udang. We go to Klang to get the best seafood, so possibly the freshest seafood, kan? So this is natural for us to go to coastal villages. But then, how much is the intake? How much are we taking? Are we protecting it to allow for regeneration of fish and seafood? That is what we need to control. The amount of catch, for example, the control of catching techniques, fishing techniques must be incorporated. So if we have that in mind, we have control, we have awareness, and we have measures of utilization. We just need a plate of seafood. Why do we catch 3 plates of seafood for ourselves, right? So yeah, there you go. That's the spirit. So as long as we have that control and awareness, of course, education too, mangrove will be sustained, will be maintained, and it will continue to assist us in our to sustain our own survival and our life. I hope that answers the question.
So So yes, Dr. Aldrich, thank you for the answer. So the key point here is to have self-control in simple words, to not go overboard with the how to say, leveraging the sources that we have. Thank you, Dr. Aldrich. Next, we have questions for Datuk Kezrul. So Datuk Kezrul, you are actually very famous, yeah? You have a lot of fans, Datuk Kezrul. So 2 questions, but the first question is that by replanting more mangrove tree at the designated area, how long does it take to see the effect from the initiative? Question from Mr. Hafiz.
Thank you, Natasha. You know, if you've been involved in replanting mangrove, you find that it's very difficult to get the mangrove seedling to grow because of the waves coming in from the sea. So in this case, we have a structure which blocks the waves, but it allows the sediment to come through. And so when we do replanting, I showed the pictures where it takes less than half a year for the seedling to establish itself. Right. So and really that's how it happens in nature. In nature, the storm will come, erode some part of the mangrove. After the storm, the tides bring in the sediment, and over time, the mangrove tree will, the mangrove drops its seedlings, fully matured, and then it floats in the sea, and then when it reaches the shore, it starts to take root. So in that particular project, within 6 months, the mangrove seedling had already established itself.
Okay. So it only takes 6 months to actually see the effect. So next question would be, we know that windmills use Internet of Things, IoT in short, to adjust wind blades automatically to increase efficiency. So is it possible that we incorporate technology with the permeable structure to increase the efficiency? Would that be a good initiative?
Well, this is a very low-tech solution because we work with the local community. Materials are local materials. It's not like we are constructing a big structure where we use the internet to control the gates and so on. So no, I don't think even in those places, I even don't think they have internet access. We were talking about rural places, and we are talking about low-tech, low-cost solutions. So for this particular type of project, we do not even think of bringing in high technology or IT. I know it's a disappointment for young people because without internet, how can life go on, right?
True. However, Dato, do you see in the future, maybe we will implement technology into this permeable structure? Do you see we're actually benefiting from the technology being implemented into the structure?
Not into the structure, but we would use technology to give early warning to the local community. Right? Because even with this, even when you have concrete structures, it can be destroyed in a storm. Right? So we would still need to have an early warning system for the local community. And I would think over time, Indonesia and in Malaysia, we will be able to establish early warning systems so that people are more prepared. You must remember when the tsunami that hit Aceh came in, it wiped out completely all the mangroves in the vicinity of Aceh. Like, that's how strong a tsunami or a very extreme storm can be. So in a situation like that, you would want early warning system, and definitely the best form of early warning system is one which utilizes the internet to give warning to people.
All right. Thank you, Dato'. So in conclusion, the structure itself is going to be sustained as it is. However, we can incorporate technology in order to assist the structure itself. Yes,
Not quite.
Dr.
When in a storm, it's going to get washed out. But because it's low cost, low technology, the villagers can now come back and put it back again.
True. Okay. Thank you, Dato'. Yes, Dr. Aldrin.
Yes, if I may add to Dato' Kezro's point, yes, technology can also be used. I like the idea of the early warning system. It is really needed, regardless of the location. In fact, Malaysia still needs the early warning system for example, impact from oil pollution, right? So we need to be notified of these events before the oil reaches our shores, before it hits our mangrove, before it hits our beaches. So early warning system, this kind of technology is very much needed. On top of that, in addition to the question, IoT technology, sensors technology can also be used. It is being developed to assist in mangrove restoration, for example, in precision planting. So now, as mentioned by Dr. Kezro also, to go into the mud and to go into the mangrove, it's very hard for many people. Yeah, for example, I myself, 60 kilograms, I can find myself unstable in the mud. But with technology, we can use drones, for example. We know the location, we know the environmental parameters, which sediment is suitable for which species, for example, the height of wave, the rate of the speed of tides and wave, or storms. So we can use all of this scientific information to assist in restoration. So precision planting is one thing. So you all at UTP, you have many engineers there. So assist in nature-based solution, assist in building up sensors, or to assist. Datuk Zain, Datuk Zain always go to the field to plant by hand. So if we have technology, okay lah, boleh lah tanam 1 but 20 using technology. So something like that. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Aldrin and Dr. Kezro, for the enlightenment towards the issue. All right, so we have a question for Tuan Bahar. Tuan Bahar, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Good evening, Tuan Bahar. So we have a question for you from Dr. Muhammad Kabir. Dr. Muhammad Kabir asked, what are the habitat microorganisms in coastal areas? The species of microorganisms can be indicator organism that predicts the damage in the ecosystem. Comment, please.
Okay, thank you, Miss
Natasha.
Miss Natasha. Okay. Okay. In DID, we have a kind of bioindicator to measure the level of health for a river. But in the coastline area, I think some of the bioorganism can be used as an indicator towards the health of the vicinity along that might be coastal or the estuarine. So, for example, in the ID, we have, I think, a few invertebrates that can be used to indicate, because normally we have two types of indicator. First of all, the chemical indicator, where we use 6 parameters, to indicate whether the river falls under which category. Might be from category 1 to category 5. But we also did some comparison between this physical indicator and also using this bioorganism to make some the health of a river incomparable to the physical, and then based on what type of microorganism can appear in that category of water. So as far as I know at this moment, we haven't come yet to that extent for the coastal region. So I think with that, that's all what I can explain to the question at the moment. Okay, thank you, Mr. Natasha.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Because all the every time we analyze only the physical phenomenon, physical erosion. So it is very important, I think, that the habitat microorganisms, these are also eroded or damaged or maybe extinct from the coastal line. That's why it will impact the ecosystem very severely. That's why already seafoods are hunted, and all the even spirulina cannot grow there. Even seaweeds cannot grow there without this. So that's why it looks to me very important. So thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Kabir, and thank you, Tuan, for the answer. Would anyone like to add on to Tuan's information and sharing? All right, go ahead, Dr. Aldri.
Yeah, again, actually, very good point. In addition to understanding the system, it actually involves these microorganisms that actually plays a very important role in mangroves. So we have phytoplanktons, zooplanktons that actually are the food for fishes. For example, like fish, they lay their eggs, spawn, and they breed. These juvenile fishes actually feeds on these planktons. Yeah? And in addition to that, there are also bacteria. I mean, cyanobacteria, proteobacteria that are very important in keeping the mangrove the system going. Like, for example, being the highly efficient nutrient cycles. Yeah? They dissolve or they reduce sulfate, for example. They fix nitrogen. Yeah? They are important in phosphate solubilization as well. So these are all very important micro activities happening in mangroves, which actually making mangrove very efficient primary producers as well, and keeping mangrove to be very productive. So the system works from these micro activities up to the predatorial processes, for example, as well as assist in the physical processes. Yeah. So good points. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Aldri. So I guess we can move on to the next question now. And the next question would be for Dr. Lee. All right. So Dr. Lee, good evening. All right. Okay. So the question for you, Dr. Lee, is actually from Mr. Hafriz. How do the panelists, let's say Dr. Lila for now, rate the condition or situation of mangrove forest in Malaysia or in Perak particularly? Is it good, is it bad, or is it under control? How would you describe it?
Yeah, I think I cannot answer that. I think Dato' Zain is supposed to answer that question.
Okay,
all right. Zain?
Dato' Zain, would you do the honor?
Okay, thank you, moderator. From the scope and perspective of Forestry Department, the condition of coastal area in Perak, I think still be considered to be good. Along with our effort to ensure that the area is managed well according to our working plan, we believe we will be able to preserve this area. The action taken are proven to be effective in this, as this is demonstrated by the Mata mangrove forest still being recognized as the best managed mangrove forest in the world. So we are also working toward gazetting areas that are appropriate under our efforts in managing the mangrove forest area. This is my opinion. So our coastal area is in good condition.
All right, that's good to hear, Dr. Zain. Any other guest speakers that would like to give their input or opinion on the matter? No? Okay.
No, I think our Matang forest is one of the best run in the world, and it's been sustainably harvested for more than 100 years. I think we should all be very proud of it. I know Zain is a bit modest, so he doesn't want to say the whole thing.
Perak is a signature for us as well. Not just a mangrove being the signature of the tropics, but Matang mangrove is actually a huge reference. Imagine 1901, 1902, we already have a solid forest reserve gazetted in Malaya at the time. And 1928, Watson's book on the mangroves of Malay Peninsula is until now still being referred to. And one thing that I think, again, Datuk Zain being modest, betul tak Datuk Kezrul? Because we have a legacy of knowledge and scientific evidence being referred to by scientific communities throughout the world. And that makes Matang mangrove the best managed mangrove in the world. It's not the charcoal, it's not the maintenance of the forest. It's actually the knowledge that we have shared with the world. Indonesia is emulating our system, but then they work on the same system but producing maybe higher income product, for example, maintaining the forest management system but producing higher income products, for example. So that can be planned or can be discussed further by the authorities. So that's one thing that needs to be highlighted on and on. Yeah, thank you.
All right, that's great to hear. All right, so we have an open question, but I guess we can let Dr. Lee to answer it first. It's from an anonymous participant. They didn't put out the name. So here's the message. Thank you to all the panels for the very informative sharing, which is true. It opens up my mind, particularly about how well the mangrove imitation
Cannot hear you.
Microphone is muted.
All right, sorry. Okay, so this is a message to all of the speakers. Thank you to all the panels for the very informative sharing. It opens up my mind, particularly about how well the mangrove imitation initiative is. For the question, is there any chance that I believe it's the permeable, how do you call it, the boundary? Is there any chance that it would withhold aggressive waves or storm waves if we built such a mangrove imitation barrier on a large scale? So I guess we can give Dr. Lee to give her opinion first.
Yeah. Thank you very much. But I think after my talk, then maybe Datuk Kezrul have to proceed with that. As mentioned by Datuk Kezrul just now, actually they imitate the mangrove root at the offshore. Actually, like just now I mentioned that actually mangrove cannot survive if we have a high current, high wave. So to minimum or to stop that or to minimize the impact of the currents and the wave, that's why they imitate this root at the offshore, that at least they can stop the energy of the current and the wave. I believe with that, I think as being mentioned by Dr. Kezrul just now, the project is successfully to help the local governments to build out their mangrove. I believe now also we are actually Nahrim is trying to work with the forestry department and FRIM. We are going to select few places to use this kind of technique to see whether they are good or not. But only thing is when we want to use this kind of technique, actually hydrodynamic have to study first, because we have to know that where is the orientations that we want to put in all the root system or all the fencing. Is it supposed to be in this direction or another direction? Because they have to reduce the wave based on the where is it the dominant direction of the incoming wave and the current speed. I think that I believe this method can be used in Malaysia. Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Dr. Lee. Dr. Kezra, would you like to add on it?
Yeah, I think here is probably coming from an engineer who wants everything to be safe. We have to remember when we have a storm, the force of the wave is very strong. When we have a tsunami, it is even stronger. During the Aceh tsunami, the tsunami lifted a boat which weighs 100 tons, half a kilometer inland. So in a storm, you need a structure which one is heavy enough so that the waves cannot take it away. Secondly, if it is heavy and we are talking about mud flap, it will sink into the mud. So you need very extensive piling systems to keep it afloat. Right. So essentially, it is not economical to build a defense against storms up to a tsunami level kind of force. Right. So what we do is, of course, we go for a protection period, and we know when a severe storm comes, we have to go back and to repair. Now, in the case of the building with nature structure, like I said, it's low technology, it's low cost. So even if every year a storm comes and takes it away, we just get the villagers together and put it back into place. So we have to balance the cost to protect against the frequency that we need to protect it from.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Kezra, and thank you, Dr. Lee. Anyone that would like to add on to that? Okay. All right. I guess not. Then we move on to the next question. And I'll open this question to... Sorry, Tuan?
Hello. Okay. Some disturbances now. Technical might be due to technical problem. So I would like to add in on the question saying that, okay, to what extent, we can prevent the damages that bring by the storm. So in that aspect, I do agree with what Datuk Kezul did mention just now. What we can do at this moment is to protect the storm that not at a higher damaging force. If let's say the force is too big, mangrove, I think nothing can do to prevent it to go further damaging on the inland side. So meaning that we can protect that force within our capability, not towards like atomic power, so atomic bomb. So if let's say it explodes, definitely I think kind of barrier that can prevent the force coming in to damage whatever habitat or whatever forest within the area. So I think that is my comment on that aspect. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tuan Bahardin. Dr. Kezul, do you have anything to say?
No, actually, we must remember we are dealing with nature, right? And you can have storms, erosion takes place, we lose the mangrove, and it comes back. This is all part of nature. It is only when people come into the picture, we build houses, we clear it for aquaculture or agriculture, and then when it gets eroded, we call for help, right? Because we put money in and we want it to be protected. Right? So nature will take away and nature gives back.
Right. Thank you, Dato'. So it's a very interesting perspective from both sides, but both are very credible in my opinion. So now let's move on to the next question. This is, I'll open to all the speakers. So whoever the speaker that would like to answer, come on along. So the question is that in panel's point of view, what do you think of a sea embarkment on mangrove habitat affect to the coast? Any of the speakers that would like to answer?
From nature's point of view, it's a disaster. Right. You build an embankment for what? To protect the mangrove. But when you build an embankment, you now stop the sediment from coming inshore. Right? These sediments, this is like the floodplain of a river. The sediments are very nutritious. It has got a lot of fertilizer, it's got nutrients. Right? When you cut off the flow, the mangrove will, after some time, they will not thrive. Right? So we don't want to do an embankment to protect mangrove. In fact, normally we don't even spend that kind of money for mangroves. Normally we build an embankment because there's a town or there's a hotel or there are some industrial area which is affected. Right? So I don't know of any case in Malaysia where the government would spend money to build an embankment to protect mangroves. Protect people, yes. Protect houses, yes. Never to protect the mangroves, which is a bit of a shame.
All right, thank you, Dr. Kezrul. Any of the other speakers? Yes, Dr. Lee.
From my point of view, actually, I agree with Dr. Kezrul mentions that to use this defense built with nature, that we are using the defense, using the one that has been shown by Dr. Kezrul just now with the piling out the mangrove at the shoreline. Actually, there is other methods like we call it a tidal ball or something like that. Something like some structure, but different kind of structures. A little bit of hard structures they combine with the soft method. So sometimes there's few type of method to be used at the market that we can use those structures to defend our shoreline. But the most important thing is I still believe that, of course, just now I said that it's good that we can build with the nature. But anyhow, as mentioned by GPS, that we have to carry out some hydraulic study to see that how strong is it because of incoming future, how much is it the current is coming, how much is it the wave is coming, whether this kind of structure can be defended or not, because the energy is still there. How is it we want to reduce the energy is up to the engineer who designed it, because maybe we can use multiple method, multiple layers of defense to stop those kinds of energy before they go to that mangrove. So it's also subject to the economy. Like if, let's say, like Dr. Kezrul mentioned, if the area, the land use is the town area, of course, we need to protect it with the combination hard structure and the soft structures. That's all. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Lee. Any more speakers that would like to add on?
Yeah,
all right, Dr. Atri.
If I can add on to that, I mean, from an ecocentric point of view, I would just advise leave the nature alone, let it flourish, let it take its own course. So impacts will be defined as impacts or disaster because humans are there that could be affected by these natural disturbances as well, right? But then understanding how nature works help a lot in our effort. We are here to assist nature, right? Because nature knows its way, right? But then because it involves us as well, so we have to understand how nature works. For example, the hydrodynamic system, and the tidal activities. I give you an example of rehabilitating aquaculture ponds, for example, right, to become mangrove again. Or in that case, it's restore mangrove, right, from aquaculture ponds. So by breaking the walls of these ponds, for example, just a minute area, the tides will naturally bring in seedlings from nearby seed banks, for example. So only tides and breaking the wall, that is the simplest engineering solution for that situation. So we can go higher up a little bit by maybe elevating or repair the elevation of the aquaculture ponds, for example, right? And then furthermore, because mangrove also and coastlines and EEZ, for example, there is a geopolitical issue there as well. So we need to protect our land, our boundary of the country, for example. So in the case of Tanjung Piai, it is not an embankment, but some investment on wave breakers, for example, and it shows it actually has a positive impact where sediments start to accumulate, sediment starts to stabilize, and natural recruitment, nature regeneration is going on in Tanjung Piai. So that is a good sign. But again, like I told you earlier, if we leave this coastal area alone, mangroves, to play the buffering role, they themselves need some buffer, inland as well as seaward and landward, right? So to allow for these nature processes to happen, we need to allow some buffer for them to play that buffering role. You have to remember, because, for example, I give you an example of comparison between Malaysia and Australia, for example. So rainfall play a very important role in Australia. When they have enough rainfall, mangroves dominate the coastlines. And when they are undergoing drought, for example, with lower amount of rainfall, salt marshes taking over. So these are nature dynamics, natural process. It's not that, we lost mangrove, but we still have that coastal areas dominated by salt marsh at that stage. And when drought is over, rainfall comes back with high amount, with a sufficient amount for mangrove to grow, then that area will become mangroves again. So these natural processes we need to properly understand. So that's why, I mean, for ecocentric minds, they will try best to chase away the humans from exploiting more. But perhaps we have to blend it now with nature-based solutions and building with nature. Thank you. We cannot hear you, Natasha.
Sorry. Okay, so we have 3 no's so far from the panel. So how about Datuk Zain? What's your opinion on the matter, Datuk Zain?
Director, thanks, Director. I don't have anything more to add, as the answer from the 3 speakers are already sufficient, in my view. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Datuk Zain. So Datuk Zain also agree, it's a no. How about Tuan Paha?
Mangrove embankment.
I think Datuk Kezul has cleared it out on the question, I think. So on my side, I will not comment on it.
All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you to all speakers. Okay, so we are on to our last question, and the last question is more on the opinions of the speakers on the matters about environmental awareness. So to the participants, we are very sorry because we are running out of time, so we cannot entertain any more questions after this. However, we will try our best to have the speakers to read through the other questions and answer them for you, okay? I believe the speakers are okay with that. Are we okay?
All right. Okay.
All right. Thank you, speakers. Okay, so the last question. So recently, IPSOS has released the results of their survey titled What Worries the World? The survey was done in July this year. Based on the result of the survey, climate change is ranked 9th in world's concern, and Malaysia placed last out of the 28 countries, with only 1% of Malaysians find climate change a concern. So, speakers, why do you think this is the case? Like, why is there only 1% of Malaysians who are actually worried about climate change? Any of the speakers?
I think people in Malaysia, some of them don't believe there is climate change. Some of them don't understand what is climate change. Right? Climate change seems to be something like, oh, it's going to come 30 years from now. You're all going to get flooded. We're going to have no water, or we're going to have too much water. In fact, climate change is already on us. Look at the storms which we are seeing around the world. Like the typhoons, the hurricanes are getting more and more larger. Look at like Australia. They went through a period of 10 years with a 10-year-long drought. Like, so we are already suffering from it. In all the continents, we are getting rain when it's the dry season. We are getting no rain when it's the wet season. So climate change changes the climate pattern as well. And if we are not careful, and we don't do something now, it will get worse. In fact, the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, they forecast that the latest report, which came out last month, is that we are now on red alert. Like if we don't do something today, our temperature will rise to 4 degrees and it will be too late to make any change. And if you ask anybody, right, in a hot season, it's hotter than it has been. On the other hand, during the rainy season, we are getting floods even after a short rainfall. So it's very true. Many people in Malaysia don't understand what is climate change. And unfortunately, maybe we all are not doing enough to explain what is climate change. And actually, I'm like I said earlier, I'm quite happy. Our young professionals are taking a keen interest. Right? People like me, I wouldn't be living long enough to see that drastic change, but many of you will. And so it's good. And I'm sure all the panelists would share my concern, and we would be willing to share our knowledge and our experience to UTP in your future forum, looking at the consequences if we don't change now. Because you are the one who will suffer more than people in my generation. And yet it is people in my generation who started the whole process. Unfortunately, that's how life is. Right? The people, like I used to look after rivers. And the problem with rivers is people throw rubbish in the river. But the people who throw the rubbish don't suffer from it. It is the people downstream who suffer from the effect.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Kezrul. Any of our other speakers that would like to add on? All right, go ahead, Dr.
I'm
Azri.
just surprised of the findings of the study. Actually, maybe their sample size is too small, or maybe they targeted wrong interviewees or correspondents. But then, yeah, it makes sense actually. You know, the issues like climate change, global issues like climate change, will have pros and cons, right? There will be skeptics. There will be people who decide just simply not to believe. So we have to cater for this. We have to work harder, like Dr. Kezrul said. Scientists have to translate all this information for layperson's understanding. In fact, it is the job of everyone. We have to start investing in a more impactful education program. making movies, work with artists, work with filmmakers, to invite Brad Pitt to act in mangrove. So people will start learning about mangrove. Hey, Brad Pitt went to mangrove lah. Angelina Jolie go to mangrove. Hey, what is mangrove? So people will start paying extra attention. And education. Dr. Kezro is right again. Impact of education 30 years ago, you can see now. Yeah, if we formulate our education system properly now, we will see the impact in our younger generation 20 or 30 years from now. So whatever happens now, perhaps in the 1970s curricula or 1990s curricula, there were not enough or sufficient stress or maybe inputs on taking care of nature, for example, maybe one subject or two subjects at that time, right? But I think if you ask the one who went to school in 1950s, yeah, the subjects may be more impactful. So meaning there is something wrong with our education system, right? So or not system, maybe input within the curriculum. So maybe, and this is where NGOs can play their role also. But then again, formal education is way more important. Yeah, informal and non-formal mode of education may only benefit a small portion of our communities. So we have to go all out now. We have to go extra. We have to speak with other ministers, yeah, in charge of all. It has to be a national agenda or national propaganda, if you like, yeah, to make this work. Because the impact, not just changes in climate, in weather pattern, yeah, it affects a season of fruits as well. And then a quality of fruits as well. For example, durian may taste worse in the coming years. We never know, right? So these are some of the impact. And then, more importantly, we have to actually stop releasing carbon. But even if we stop 100%, we still have the inertia of the past impacts, like from 1700s, that we need to slow down. So it is double, triple work that we need to do. Not just stopping emitting carbon, but slowing down the inertia from past impacts. So there you go. It's not a one day's job. It's not one person's job. Yeah, it needs everyone to be aware. And then dissemination of information. I simply viral any new articles I write or any relevant articles on climate change to any WhatsApp group, all WhatsApp group, in fact, family, friends, high school friends, primary school friends, because even they are not within our circle, because we keep talking to same people within the same circle. We have to target people from outside of our circles to make sense of all of these issues, right? So try to avoid make friends with people like Donald Trump. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Algie, thank you for the comment. So, Dr. Lee, would you like to say anything? I think you are the most bothered by the information just now, by the statistics.
Yeah, I agree with I agree with Dr. Kezro and Dr. Ari. Actually, awareness program, we have to strengthen the awareness program. And also, actually, this climate change also just come lately. That since this start from 2000, it shows the trend there. So it means that awareness program have to strengthen, especially like students, something like that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lee. Tuan Baharudin, would you like to add on?
Thank you, moderator. So, in this aspect, I guess might be the severe, the amount of severe that nation are getting due to the climate change is not great as what certain countries are facing. For example, in Syria, I think the Furat River is almost drained out. So for us in Malaysia, okay, there are some flood happen, but to relate that flood to climate change I can say most of the Malaysian, their thinking is not to that extent. You know, they are saying that, okay, flood happen every day. So what is climate change? And then, okay, they are also facing shortage of water, but because of other reason. So might be due to that, the percentage that Malaysian, what I mean, feel the impact of climate change is not that great is stated as what from the survey study carried out. So back to what, as mentioned earlier, the awareness that we have to bring it to our younger generation. This thing need to be cultured since they are at their childhood level. If let's say we explain to someone who have, you know, they are comfort with what they're doing now, the impact will not be that great. But if let's say this thing, we cultured it from the early stage, then only we can see the difference in whatever survey that have been carried out. I think with that, I end up my explanation on that.
All right, thank you, Tuan Baha. Dr. Zain, would you like to say anything before we end?
Okay, moderator, I think fundamentally it's due to very poor awareness among general population. However, it is slowly improving, I believe, and there is definitely more to be done, and with more awareness programs and others initiatives, like the recently launched 1 million trees program, I think we can turn this around. Beside that, the new forest policy 2020 for Peninsular Malaysia has outlined strategies and action to be taken in order to increase the awareness and participation of younger people in forest protection, where one of the actions listed is to strengthen the learning of forestry science in the curriculum at all school level. That is my point of view. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Zain, and thank you to all speakers for your opinions and answers. And with that ends our Q&A session. I would like to thank all speakers again for spending their time today to share their knowledge and answer some questions. It is very much an honor to have all of you today. And thank you to the participants for the questions and support. We hope everything that has been shared today will be helpful to you in the future and in your journey of saving our mangroves. Thank you. Good luck. See you again. Back to you, Azrina.
Yes, thank you very much to the panel speakers and moderator for this insightful forum session. This amazing discussion will surely benefit everyone here today, as we are all exposed to the efforts and challenges faced by different organization bodies in coastal and mangrove conservation, as well as the impacts of climate change on the coastal areas and mangrove. Before we move on to the next agenda, I would like to invite all the panel speakers, moderator, as well as Dr. Tehimin, Dr. Norida, and Dr. Subarna to open your cameras for a photo station. I would like to invite Ms. Gladys today, who will be in charge. All right, thank you, Ms. Noor Hasha. I'll be giving a few moments to our moderators, supervisors, and speakers to switch on their cameras.
Ms. Gladys Calvina, I believe you are all ready. We're just waiting for your count.
Oh, I'm sorry, I cannot see Dr. Norida and Dr. Subarna.
Oh, okay,
Oh, yeah.
okay.
Sorry, my camera. I'm here as well.
Oh, sorry. Just now it's not showing in my screen.
Maybe
Yeah, now
one of you make a turn to take the pictures.
all right, all right. I have one of the backup.
All right. Good.
Yeah. All right. So I hope everyone is ready. I'll be taking 2 pictures in total. So for the first one, I'll be taking the pictures on the count of 3. So 1, 2, 3. All right. Okay. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Oh, all right. Okay. Thank you to all the speakers, moderator, and supervisors. Back to you, Ms. Naharsha.
Okay, thank you, Miss Gladys, and thank you, everyone. Before we move on to the TikTok Challenge winner announcement, we highly appreciate it if you could fill in the survey form in order for us to improve in the future. We'll provide 10 ringgit GrabFood e-voucher to the first 50 attendees who answer the survey. You can scan the QR code or click on the link in the chat box to access the form. All right, thank you very much. Let us now move on to the TikTok Challenge winner announcement. We would like to say thank you to CSD UTP for sponsoring this event. This competition is held in order to increase awareness of the participants towards coastal and mangrove conservation as well as their importance. So without further ado, let's enjoy the video of the winners for the TikTok Challenge. Congratulations to all the winners. We are certain that you have brought your A game to this competition. First up, we have the 4 to 10 place winners, which each of them will be coming home with a cash prize of 50 ringgit alongside with an e-certificate. Congratulations to Dania Batusha binti Farid Wajdi, Sandra Villarin Tilus, Amirul Ashraf bin Mat Abbas, Daniel bin Muhammad Rashidi, Esther Rebecca anak Robertson, Natasha Jurdif anak Jurid, and Nur Maisarah binti Kusti for placing 10 to 4th place in the competition. Next is the announcement of the second runner-up of the TikTok Challenge. The winner will be coming home with a cash prize of 70 ringgit. The second runner-up goes to Camila bin Farid. Congratulations to Kamila binti Harid for your outstanding performance. Up next, coming home with 80 ringgit, the first runner-up goes to Nur Aina Sofia binti Fairuz. Congratulations to Nur Aina Sofia binti Fairuz for your magnificent performance. You put on quite a spectacular performance. Now, as there are runner-ups, naturally there will be a crown winner for this competition. So, with that, the contestant with the most exceptional and formidable performance of this competition, coming home with a whopping 100 ringgit, goes to Nur Awadah binti Nozul. Congratulations for that masterful performance, Nur Awadah binti Nozul. You really wowed the judges and stood at the very top of this competition. Now, let's watch the TikTok video that managed to secure the top spot in our competition. We are sorry for this technical issue. Please wait for a moment. We are fixing the video right now. That's all for our award giving ceremony. To all the winners, congratulations. Here's a kind reminder for all the winners. Please look out for our committee member, Ms. Nicole, who will contact you to ensure that you will receive your awards. Once again, congratulations to all the winners. And for those who did not win, don't be discouraged as you put on quite a fantastic performance that captivated all of us throughout the event. With the end of the award ceremony, it's nearing towards the end of this event today. Let's now invite the Executive Project Director of GNC 3.0, Mr. Ranjit Philip, to deliver a speech to wrap up the event. Mr. Ranjit Philip is a third-year chemical engineering undergraduate student at UTP. His deep passion towards the environment has been showcased through his involvement as a speaker at an international webinar named Planting at Home, My Tree, My Purpose, and also at a webinar series called Youth Roles for Sustainable University UGC. He was also the Assistant Head of Public Relations Department in TEDxUTB. Without further ado, let us welcome Mr. Randy.
Hello, can you guys hear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, currently I'm having my problem with my camera. I don't know, I cannot turn it on, so I apologize on behalf of that. So thank you MC Azrina. A very good evening. I bid to Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Zain bin Yusof, Director of Forestry Perak. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Paduka IR Dr. Haji Kezrul bin Abdullah, Director of Wetlands National Malaysia. Tuan IR Baharudin bin Abdullah, Director of the Department of Irrigation and Drainage Perak. IR Dr. Lee Hin Lee, Director of Coastal Management and Oceanography Research Center Nahrim. Dr. Ahmad Aldri Amir, Senior Lecturer and Research Fellow at Institute for Environment and Development, Lestari of University Kebangsaan Malaysia UKM. Dr. Teh Himin, Dr. Norida binti Osman, and Dr. Subarda Sivapalang, and all of our respective attendees. All right, first of all, I'd like to express my greatest gratitude to our panel speakers for their willingness to join us today and share their thoughts on the impacts of climate change on coastal sustainability despite their busy schedules. It is truly an honor for me, the GNC 2.0 team, and the CMC team to have such high-profile speakers at our event. Prior to this event, our team actually has set up a primary objective for the forum, which is to set as a platform to share information about how we can save our environment, how we can save mangroves and coastal areas effectively. I am happy that it finally has happened today with the dedication between GNC 2.0 team and CMC team, brought by the students' aspiration to make our environment better. And we have finally reached our goals today. Also, special thanks to our sponsors, supporters, and collaborators for making sure this event is a success. And I'm also taking this opportunity to thank GNC 2.0 partners, which are the Forestry Perak and Wetlands International Malaysia, for their continuous support in our 1 Tree 1 Person 1 Student event, a tree planting campaign supporting the 100 million tree planting program under Penghijauan Malaysia. And I believe it is such a vital step for big organizations to support students' aspiration, especially for the betterment of the environment. And to all attendees, thank you all for being here today and taking the time to patiently listen to our accomplished, wonderful speakers. I hope every one of you gets a glimpse on how we as an individual or an organization can do to rehabilitate our mangroves and coastal area. On behalf of UTP, I would like to apologize for any inconvenience caused and would like to thank everyone who contributed directly and indirectly to the success of this event. That's all from me. Thank you. And I pass back the floor to Azrina. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Randy, for that wondrous speech. Next up, we have prepared some montage that show the ongoing activities that have been held for the past 1 month. Let's watch and enjoy. All right, thank you so much to our brilliant multimedia team for preparing that heartfelt video for all of us to keep in our memories. Next up, we would like to have a quick photo session with all the guests and participants here today. We hope that everyone can turn on their cameras, and we have Miss Gladys today who will be in charge of taking the photos.
Thank you once again, Ms. Nurharsha. I hope all the participants can switch on their cameras. I'll be waiting for some moment for everyone to switch on their cameras for the photography session. Is there anyone else joining? I'll be giving about 15 seconds or so for everyone to join in. All right, I'll be taking 3 pictures this time. So 2 of them will be a formal pose and another one will be a freestyle pose. All right, so I hope everyone is ready. I'll be taking the pictures on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. All right. All right, one more time. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Now for the last photo, freestyle. You can do any pose that you want, right? Right. I'll be taking the pictures on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Very nice. Right. Thank you everyone for the participation. Back to you, Ms. Nurharsha.
Okay, thank you, Miss Gladys, for taking that memento for us. With that, we have now come to the end of the forum session of CMC 2021 event. We would like to thank you for your participation and support during this event. We truly couldn't have done it without all of you. We would also like to extend our gratitude towards our sponsor, YUTP and UTP's Institute of Self-Sustainable Building. In order for us to improve in the future, we highly appreciate it if you could fill in the survey form for our record. We will provide 10 ringgit GrabFood e-voucher to the first 50 attendees who answered the survey. You can scan the QR code or click on the link in the chat box to access the survey form. Other than that, we also have a quick quiz. The questions will be based on the content of this forum session. Grab your chance now to win a 50 ringgit GrabFood e-voucher. The prize will be limited to 20 winners. This marks the end of our forum session. We, CMC 2021, wish the best for all of you. Thank you. You may now leave the session.
Thank you, Dr. Kezro.